Okay, so hopefully the audio is fine. Concerned the music might be too loud, but it's probably fine. See, I need to look at notes here. Okay, so I have a few things that need to get done. I had this whole test build thing. I'm trying to rethink exactly how I'm going to do the Trello stuff, just because it's kind of like this stuff still needs to be done here, but not just because I'm working on a build, but like if I'm looking at the things here, like there's a few things, but most of these are just quick things to do. So, but mostly I'm just gonna clean up stuff after the playtest feedback, or and based on the playtest feedback, I guess. One thing I could probably do is move this mic a little bit over there, so that might be better. Yeah, so the most basic thing that needs to get changed is the player movement needs to get adjusted a little bit. Hello, Trevor Newton. How are you doing today? For some reason I am floating in a void. Oh, I know why. Because I was taking a screenshot of some stuff. So we'll just move down here. Okay, so one thing I need to fix that seemed to be a problem was the way in which the movement is. Like it's a little bit slippery. Like the speed is for walking is maybe fine. It may even be a bit too slow, but the slipperiness of it is kind of bad. Which is kind of obvious, I guess, in the sense that I have the velocity decay after you like lift up. It takes like a little bit for you to stop moving. So I basically just need to get rid of that. Which I think I actually have, I might have a thing for that, yeah. I've got this like deceleration amount. So I had 10 and then I guess I made it slower. So let's see what that does. So if I like make that really high, it should just clamp down. So that's with like no deceleration at all. So it's pretty easy to stop exactly where you want to, because it's weird. Like when you don't have that, it doesn't really feel like, at least to me, it doesn't really feel like it's slippery. It just feels like there's a little bit of lag on the motion. But really what you generally want is you want a slow acceleration, and then you want a quick deceleration. Okay, that's fine, Trevor. I haven't watched that Witness documentary. I haven't had a chance to, but I don't know if you back me on Patreon, but I actually put out part of my Witness, not really documentary, but Witness analysis video essay thing that I've been working on, because I don't know, I kind of felt bad like not putting out anything to people who are supporting me, in spite of the fact that it's like I've spent like 6 months on this thing. So I put out like the first 5 minutes of it on there. I had like 5 minutes more of stuff that I had spent probably about 2 months putting together, and then I cut it, and that was kind of a big emotional setback. Primarily, I don't know that it was a huge setback in terms of just production, because it's like, well, you know, I just needed to rethink the direction I was going with things, but it definitely was like difficult. This seems really odd to me for this like acceleration multiplier to do that. I don't know how it's used, so I'm going to see how it is used. Okay, so it really is just the acceleration. So I don't know why I call it an acceleration multiplier. It's just the acceleration. So like if I set this to 1, then you're gonna take a really long time to get up to speed. Like that. Which feels really weird. It's just basically me tweaking these constants to be a little better. I think that feels really sluggish. What was it, 420? Yeah, let's just try it half as much as that and see whether that feels okay. Because I'm also going to make like the base walk speed a little faster. So I'm going to make the walk speed a little bit faster. I don't know if I actually set a proper speed for the mouse, though. I worry about that. Because I think I might have just literally been using walk speed for that. Okay, it doesn't look like I am. Hey, Sergio. It has been a while. I haven't streamed in a while. And I haven't seen you in a while either. How are you doing? I hope you're having a nice weekend. Let's see. I don't know how much faster like 4.0 is than 3.5. I'm not exactly sure. I kind of want to make the base walk speed a little faster, but make it take a little bit longer for you to get up to that speed, so that like doing these feels a little bit less prone to error. As far as the movement goes. Okay, so I feel like the diagonal movement is really jittery for some reason. looking at the numbers, it seems like it kind of is, but also the delta time is all over the place, so... Oh, okay. The running animation's been that way for, like, over a year. I actually need to redo the whole character. I mean, I could use it as a basis for something, but the character needs to get redone. It was actually Martin's original sprite. The animation was mine, but the sprite was his. I haven't totally decided exactly what it's going to look like, but I did do that one concept that you might have seen. I don't even know. I'm not even sure what it is. I think it's like, yeah, this. You might have seen this concept piece. So I guess this was my redoing the character a little bit. So, but that's still all very tentative because I haven't really decided what the actual art style is even going to be. I also don't know exactly how to get back out of this full screen mode. Oh, there we go. Anyway, yeah. The corner rounding is really slow. That's something that's needed to be fixed for a while, but I mostly just kind of design the environments around it to where it doesn't matter, but for some reason the corner rounding is really slow. I don't know why. Max speed times 0.08125. Why did I do this? It's a really random movement speed. Yeah, the corner rounding is kind of broken. Oh, my music's being weird. Maybe it just ended there. Weird track. Yeah, it's been like that for a while. So, I think... Yeah, I don't know what's up with this. Well, that's actually smaller, so let's just set it to max speed and see what that looks like, because it's really slow for some reason. I don't know if it's like not getting delta timed or what's going on. But it's like very strange how slow that corner rounding is. Yeah, because it's supposed to be like... Okay, that's weird. So it's fine right here. It's just like right here. It must just be wigging out on that particular corner for some reason. Yeah, my corner rounding code is like not the greatest. It's kind of just like the dumbest thing that I could think of that would work. Let's see, I'm gonna make the walk speed a little bit faster than that, I think. I kind of want the walk speed to be fast enough most of the time. And without the deceleration slowdown issue, it should be fine, because you can pretty easily just minutely move. So that should solve a lot of the issues that people have with the navigation there. And the next thing to do would be make the run speed faster as well, because it really needs to be significantly faster than it is. It's just starting to be like an issue getting around this world. I've got some ideas about how to solve that, I think. But one thing that's a good hack for now is to just make you run really, really fast. You know, because it's like most of the time when you're running, you're trying to like get from place to place really quickly. Particularly, you're usually trying to like get back out of an area. You know, you're like, oh, I want to get back out of here, and so. But yeah, the corner rounding is like kind of just buggy, and I'm not sure why. It's possible that there's like overlapping objects there. But, you know, the corner rounding's supposed to really move you as quick as you can move, like that, out of the way. So I don't think the amount was really bad. So I think that was fine. I mean, like this here, that's new insofar as it's the new interface. So the new interface for panels is, for walking panels, they're like this, and then the other panels you just basically point and click on, right? This music's a little loud. It's a little loud. Okay. Hopefully it's not too loud on the stream, but obviously let me know, because I can't hear the actual stream audio, so it's hard for me to tell whether it's like too loud. And maybe people would favor quiet music versus loud music. Okay, so other things I need to fix. These should not be low lighting when you go over them. I did that because I kind of thought, well, by default it's like the wall, and then they're like low lighting to carve out the wall, right? Because that's how these puzzles work, is then you carve out the wall and then you can go through. God, there's something weird with the movement. I don't know what it is. It's really strange, though, sometimes. I might need to cap the FPS. I think there's some way to do that. Because this like 400 frames per second thing might be part of it. I actually haven't listened to that much Mogwai. I mostly have listened to this album, which then I found out is actually it's apparently a soundtrack to a show called Les Revenants, which I had not heard of. Which is kind of a French Twin Peaksy type show about like some people who died many years beforehand and suddenly they just show back up. There's a bunch of people who were dead and now they are showing back up in this small town or whatever where they live. So that sounds interesting. I might check it out because I like the soundtrack. Now, what was I going to do? Oh, I was trying to figure out whether or not there was some way I could just limit the frame rate from here. I really don't know. Let me just Google it, save time. Limit FPS Unity Editor. Yeah, okay, it's this application target frame rate thing. Okay. I think I might have had that at one point. I was just doing some performance testing, so I turned it off. Let me see if I can find it. It's probably in my game manager code, if it was anywhere. Doesn't look like it's there, but should be able to do this. Application dot target frame rate is equal to, I'll just set it to 60. It's a little annoying though. I don't like capping it just because I like to know the performance, but I'm really just doing it to see. Stack Walker. What the freak? Okay. Does not contain target frame rate. What was it? Oh, it's just a spelling. Frame rate. They decided frame rate was two separate words here. Constant value 60 cannot be converted to an int. Oh, I set it to a float. I don't know why I did that. So that should be fine. Okay, so now it's tearing, which is really unpleasant. It's not V-synced. Really don't remember where all this stuff is. For some reason I want to think it's in player is probably quality. Yeah, here's V-sync. Okay. Well, I could have just done that then, I guess. Well, it's not V-syncing here. Supposed to be V-syncing, but isn't. Let me hit that, and then let's turn that off, and then see what that works. Because I probably got some weird 59.965 refresh rate or something. Okay, so it's still not syncing here. It's really strange. Anyway, I'm going to, I'm just going to build it. Just to see. Because I don't know if there's something jittering in my movement code or if it's just the frame rate is fluctuating and it's not syncing, so it looks jittery. I don't really want it to be jittery. I should be able to just run this windowed and it'd be fine. Well, it's not syncing. Oh, okay. No, I can't run it windowed. I know why it's not syncing. It's because I don't have arrow on, so it's not actually the game that's not syncing. It's Windows that's not syncing. Okay. I don't think this actually will run full screen if I do this. I think it will do full screen window, so it's probably still not going to sync, but yeah, it's still not syncing. Well, we won't worry about it then. But that's in there, just in case I feel like that. And I kind of need to have VSync on anyway, because you don't really need to have a 2D game burning up somebody's stuff. Burning up somebody's GPU, rendering it 500 frames a second. Hello, Bonkin. How are you today? I hope you're doing quite well. You seem to be doing well. You said good today. That means it's not a bad day. Unless you're implying that it will be a good day whether I like it or not. Let's see. So, movement. We fixed that. I guess I should make actually just for the heck of it, I'm just going to add a thing on here that's a checklist of the stuff that I want to do. Respond to test feedback. And then we'll make a little checklist here. And this one that we just did was change movement speed and acceleration. That's done. And I've got some other things that I want to do. Oh, I need to fix all panels in dice face area. Be consistent in coloring. So we need to do that. Yeah, it's coming along, I guess. I'm working full time at my day job that pays me, so it's really hard because it's like I work at a computer doing that, so it's like it's really hard when you get home after 8 hours of working on a computer to like, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna work some more. So I haven't gotten much done, but I did ship a build like 2 weeks ago at this point, which got a lot of feedback, which you see here. The names have been hidden to protect the innocent, but so that got me a lot of things, that just minor things to improve and whatever. Oh yeah, I need to do this. I need to add that. That shouldn't be too hard to do. But somebody complained about how the right shift key didn't also sprint, and since they were playing with the arrow keys, I think they found that annoying because they kind of wanted to be able to like hold shift with their index finger and then move with the other fingers. So there's really no reason I shouldn't have that, because it's like literally just a line of code here, if I can find it. This is all a mess. Somewhere here. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So it should be this or... Wait. Or get key. Key code right shift. There we go. So now you should be able to sprint with the right. But yeah, I shipped a build like two weeks ago to some testers. So okay, so let me sprint there. I don't really have a thing that's like a set acceleration difference between those, because it feels like the acceleration should be slower between like walk and run than it is. You know? Like that's a really fast acceleration. It's pretty crazy. I'm gonna turn off that VSync here again. I can see why I turned it off, because like the fact that it's not syncing when I'm streaming, it's like it's a little better if like it's running at higher than 60 FPS, because at least then it's oops. Reset that thing because I went out. Because at least then it's like tearing, like, because it's at 400 frames a second or something, so it's tearing so many times it's like not as noticeable. Oh, it's still like, that's weird. It's still running at 60 FPS, even though like I don't have that thing. Does that thing like stay? I wonder if it stays. Oh my gosh, I got too much crap in here. Alright, let me just close like most of that stuff out. I need to look at this thing again. Oh, I just, I basically just asked for volunteers on Twitter, for who might want to test the game. And, so I got a bunch of volunteers. And I just sent it out to the volunteers, like 4 or 5 people, I think. Yeah, 5 people. One person never actually got around to testing it. Might still, but it's fine if they don't, because I really got enough feedback from just the 4 testers. So that's weird, like... What happens if I set that to 0, actually? Okay, default is -1. Alright, well... -1 is like as fast as possible, basically. Which at the moment is 400 frames a second, roughly. 350 to 400, it varies a bit. It probably just varies because of garbage collection, which I'll need to deal with, but right now it's fine. Hello, the garden now. Gosh, we got a lot of people on the stream today. How are you doing today? See, I'm losing track of what I'm doing. Oh, okay. So I did that with the right shift sprint. I don't know. Right shift sprint. Let me just check that off. So I need to fix these panels. The issues primarily are with those wall panels where it should not fill in low lit. Yeah, I mean, it's just, these are just the things I just watched they recorded videos and I just watched them play through, and those are things that either they said or that I felt needed addressing. But yeah, the thing here is it should not be filled in low lit, because normally fill in is high lit. So I'm gonna change that. That's just in the panel code. I basically just have some custom settings for the wall ones, and they should be really a bit more like the regular ones in terms of the coloring. Let's see, where is that? That is in draw panels. And it should be not snake panels, but these panels. And collidable ones are these ones because you solve them and they're solid walls, right? So I have special stuff set for that. And yeah, so the issue is that the center should still have a 0 alpha on these, like it should not be that way. So I don't need to do anything different for those, basically. It just needs to be like that. At least I think. Two-week trip. Well, where were you off to? Okay, so now I have like literally no lighting up at all. And let's see, this I've set that to a specific color. I don't know why I set the alpha to 0, so and this should be highlight color, I think, as well. I don't know that I have a highlight color set for these, but we can just do that. So I probably just want to use the same exact thing that happens for the other ones. Okay, that's a super subtle highlight. It's very strange. So I'm just gonna go highlight color on these and just not even do any kind of custom anything for these. These are just gonna act exactly the same as the regular panels, and then I'm just gonna set the colors with my like normal color setting stuff. So yeah, where did you go to, Vigardno? I hope you had fun on your trip. Gosh. Having this be white here is a good opportunity to explain why these things are like the way these work is white on black, right? So like this is solved when it's all off, and this is solved when it's all on. Which could seem like it would be opposite, but you know, if you think about it, like if that was solved, I don't know, it's kind of hard to see the dots, and in particular, usually when I solve the panel, it lights up white, so if it lit up white when like that was solved, you wouldn't see the dots at all, and it's just a little strange. I don't know. That's my thinking about it. I wrote a whole thing about it on the blog, so you may or may not have read, explaining my reasonings on that and what the possibilities are for dealing with that issue, because that was one of the feedbacks that I got. Okay, so I just need to change the color of this, basically, in the settings for the puzzle panel itself. because I just have a little editor here where I can just edit the colors of things. So. Really, I don't need it anything other than that. Like, I don't want it to particularly be lit up like those are. I kind of just want like this kind of thing, you know. Change the low light though. Maybe that's okay, because I mean it makes it consistent with the other panels. It's just strange because of how I draw it when it's solved. Like I draw it with the wall color. Ugh. I actually haven't listened to the music in Inside a Starfield Sky. Who did the music for that? Was it just what's his face? Jason Rauer. Probably was. Oh, okay, it's procedurally generated music. Interesting. I guess your trip was top secret. Yeah, I'm just really not sure exactly how to handle these. Like, I wanted to fill in with dark because you see, like, it's like that when it's solved. But maybe I just need to change what it looks like when it's unsolved, or when it's solved, to look more like this, and just have the stuff go away. It's hard to know. It's hard to know what looks good. Okay. So I don't think when it's solved that I should really change that particularly. Let's see. If it's solved and it's off and I'm drawing this, then that's fine the way that looks, I think. Strange that these don't highlight at all. Not sure why they don't. It's kind of weird. I guess I use the low light color when it's solved. So that's the problem. So I just got too much weird inconsistencies with that. Oh, okay. The Netherlands. That's where my ancestors came from before they immigrated to the United States. Filthy illegal immigrants, all of them. No, I'm sure we're legal. Let's see. Okay, so I need to look at this. So that looks fine. I'm not too worried about that, but I feel like I should probably use the colors that I set here when it's solved. Let's see, what color would that even be of the colors I'm using? Really like the low light color, it feels like. I think I actually do this because of the fade. But it looks like the alpha is always 0, so it really doesn't matter as far as that. I'll just keep it 0. Yeah, it was originally Von Deventer, but that's sort of like the Americanization of it, because they were having like I guess they were having mail delivery issues, and so they changed the name. Okay, so that looks fine. But consistency with this is not so good. So the filled one needs to get changed. So we're just gonna leave this like... Well, I could do solved color. It's really hard to decide on those things. Like if I do solved color here, then it would take whatever color I say here. I can see kind of why I didn't do it, because you get this weird pillow shading looking thing. Because the outlines are not lit mostly. So I think that's the main problem, is like the outline needs to be set to soft color as well, like it normally is. Interesting. Okay, so let's just go like this and make this not an else if thing. We'll just make it to where it does that. Normally when it's solved, I highlight all of the outlines with the solved colors. In this case, like they all get lit up even if they're low lit. I think that looks okay. It's not terrible. It's more consistent, because that was an issue there. Von Deventer, yeah. Because we were from Holland. I don't know if I think Deventer's still there. I think it's still a place. Deventer, Holland. Yeah. We was from there. It was a while ago, though. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't ever been there, though. Obviously, I suppose. Yeah, it's fine. If you want to post links in the chat or whatever. Not highlighting all of the tiles? So you mean like low lighting the low lit ones? Well, the issue is with some of them, like a good example is this one, right? If I don't highlight the outlines when you solve it, then nothing would happen. So I have to do something, right? To the outlines, because that's all there really is. Like I don't fill in the tiles if they're filled or they're unfilled. Which is not how it used to be. They were filled whether they were low lit or high lit. It was just whether they were filled with a darker color or a lighter color, but mostly for aesthetic reasons, I thought it looked better if it was just filled or unfilled. So if you have a panel that's solved and all the tiles are unfilled and it's solved, then I have to light up the outlines. Now here I don't necessarily have to do that because there's no panels that are like this, so I can kind of get away with whatever. Plus it would just look weird. I want it to be more subtle on the ground because it's just being overlaid over ground tiles when you solve it, right? But I think lighting these up does look better. Even though I kind of liked having it be nothing, like just be like just the outline, so I guess I can't do that now, but so those colors are good. I just need to put them into my color manager. And then put them on all the panels. Well, at least all of those panels. Oops, that's a different type of panel. It doesn't matter, that panel doesn't actually take colors right now, so it's irrelevant. I got a lot of those panels in this area. I think that's... yeah, there's this one too. Okay, so that should be fine. Dog and swan? Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't look at the pictures that were posted. I actually do not have my Twitch chat open here to be able to do that, so I should probably do that. So that if I want to look at that, I can. Anyway, that's there. If I decide I want to look this up. Yeah, I thought about doing a border around the whole puzzle. But I don't know. I mean, there is going to be borders around puzzles, and for example, they're going to have be wired up to each other. Like, this is the only one that I've actually done that. I have it disabled right now, but this panel should be... you can turn it on, I think. So this panel should be like this when you get to it, basically, so you can't do anything until you solve this one, and then that would power up this panel, and then you can solve that, and then it would power up this door, right? Sort of the way that would work. So, you know, the wires being powered up is certainly some evidence that it's solved, but, like, there has to be some other clear evidence, and I don't know about putting a border all the way around the whole thing. Especially because I already have the issue that these panels are way bigger than I'd like them to be. But I think I want to change the colors of these panels too, to be more like the floor panels, so they're more like dark gray and light gray instead of this blue color. This is just kind of my way of addressing the issues that people were having with these panels. Maybe this color. Nah, probably this is fine. Actually, don't know. Let me look at what it looks like. Well, yeah, I'm concerned that will be too unreadable with the black ones. So let's take one that's got black on it. Yeah, see, it's like not going to be very readable, so I need to look at what the unsolved colors are for this panel type. Okay, so I do this kind of dark and lightish gray thing. So that should be more like this color. Why is it not picking? Yeah, that's fine. And then the low light color can be black. And then highlight color can be like that or something. I feel like that low light color is really dark. Let's try picking that. Nah, it kind of looks better black, I feel like. Weird because the background is now like almost the exact same color as the floor there, so it's like there's just a hole. think on these I still make the dark tiles darker when you solve it on those. Which I don't do on these. Like, I don't actually make the dark tiles any darker. I just leave them as they are. Yeah, no, I don't think you want to have a border around those no matter what. Those are very much just kind of tiles that are inset into the ground in some kind of mechanical way, whereas these are theoretically, like, I guess on some kind of panel or something. Like, there's some kind of electronic thing, maybe? It's hard to say what they are. But these are mechanical, and these are kind of electrical, I guess. But yeah, so I don't change, like, the actual color of the tile to be darker when you solve it. This is all minor polishing details and things that can be cleaned up later, but... But let's look at... Let's try, let me try copying that, like the wall panel ones, onto it and see what it looks like. It's not terrible, actually, to do it that way. To do it like, where they're all slightly brighter instead of darker. I'm not sure which I like better, though. I feel like when it comes to these, it's a little more consistent for it to look that way. Yeah. So maybe we'll try that. So that'll make them all consistent, more or less. So they're not blue, because it was just kind of... It seemed like it was a little confusing to go from, like, a gray panel to a blue panel, then to, like, a gray panel that then the color's inverted, then back to the blue panels, and then, like, yeah, it got kind of confusing. Now I'll just double check to make sure these are all right. Oh. Yeah, they're all correct. So I should probably have these all start off now. Instead of starting on. I'll fix that. So I used to have them all start on just because, I don't know, but it ended up actually just being more confusing. So we'll just start them all off. Because you typically come to a panel and most of the time it's all off, and then you're like switching tiles on, right? So when you would get to a panel and it was all on, you're switching tiles off, that was a little confusing. Whereas to get here and be like, I don't know, and, you know, solve it the same way you normally would solve something is fun. Yeah, so looks like all the panels are the right colors now. It's a little bit bland, I guess, having them all be gray, but it's fine. I need to improve a lot of these panels. Oh, I don't think I'm listening to Mogwai anymore. I'm listening to something else. Oh, no, I am listening to Mogwai, but I'm listening to a different album. I kind of want to I kind of just want to listen to that last album again. I've got to turn autoplay off. I turned it back on because I was just like listening to music on my own time, but it's not good to have on when you're... Oh, that one's still filled by default. Or it might just be the state being saved. Yeah, it's just the state being saved. It's fine. Okay. Like if I start a new game, it would fix it. Alright, so... That's that. Let's see what else really needed to be fixed. That's design thing. I'm just trying to get through like the basic stuff that's not design stuff first. And then I'll do some design things. But I actually really have a set of puzzles that I'd rather work on than trying to improve the dice things, so I don't know which I should do. Twitch will probably mute the audio, which is why I'm recording the video separately. I'm not sure if I'll have the separate audio and video channels. Like, I shouldn't say that. I'm not sure if I'll have the separate audio channel that's like not the pure audio mix, but it shouldn't be a big deal on YouTube. YouTube usually just monetizes the videos, and I don't really care because I don't monetize my own videos on YouTube. So anyway, so I archive stuff to YouTube anyway for people, so it's fine. And prior to now, like I'm trying to think when it was. It was a few weeks ago. I just like overclocked the processor on this computer and stuff, so it's kind of fast enough now where I can do the record and the stream at the same time. So I might as well just do that way, so that I don't have to worry about anything that got dropped out or whatever. Because all the time I have that problem where if the stream drops, then like now I've got like 2 videos that I have to upload onto YouTube. So plus if it was choppy or anything like that, because my internet is like terrible. So as you might have noticed, because I'm sure the video quality is not particularly great. Let's see. Yeah, I got a whole lot of crap here. Wall start tiles as panel tiles. Oh yeah. Okay. So that's fixed. These are some gallery puzzle ideas. I really don't... Okay. So I have some puzzles that you've seen a little bit, actually, which are these in this other area. Oh, those are the wrong color. Forgot the first two panels there. Okay, so I also need to figure out how to get the game to start up a little faster, because I mean it doesn't take long, but if you don't keep an eye on that stuff. Okay, so I've got these tiles here. These tiles are what I call locked tiles, but they're not introduced prior to this in the game, and so the playtesting showed that a lot of people think that they're associated with these particular panels, and I'm not actually sure how to introduce them, because I don't really... I don't know. I guess this is getting into a little bit of the philosophy of this game's design and whatever. But say, for instance, I just have a panel. Let's make another panel here. Let's just make it like a 5x5 panel or something. If I have a panel that has like nothing on it, there's no like... Everything is right by default, right? So there's nothing like inherent about a panel that you can do short of turning things off and on, right? So it has to either be I specify a specific solution based on something. The panel has to be connected to something else, which then essentially specifies what's the right solution and the wrong solution. For example, I could have, let's say I had a panel that was like, oh, just a one tile, right? And then I just said, okay, you can click this, and that's wired up to something, and like now a platform is moving back and forth or something, and I click it and it stops. I click it and it starts again because it's like powering something like this, right? Like say this is completing a circuit. I don't know. It's just an idea. But by default, like that's really the only thing that there is. It's like it's on or it's off, and unless I specify a solution, there's not really anything, you know. I can do like I did kind of in the starting area, where I had like panels that you needed to fill in because they were using this dot thing, but you didn't necessarily realize that it was going to be used for other stuff later. I can make panels that are like this kind of thing where you need to fill them in, or it's like, okay, I need to do that or whatever. That's all fine, right? But when I have the locked tile, it's like in this case, what does it do? It doesn't really do anything because it's like it's got to be. Why is it not letting me set the starting state? It's very strange. It's got to be whatever it is, right? So like that's fine in the sense that I can still solve it, but it doesn't really actually do anything for the puzzle. If I unless I do this kind of thing where it's like that, but I'm just not sure how to introduce these, because that was the thing that was suggested, is that maybe I should introduce those before you get to these puzzles that are using them, because these are only using them because I want to enforce the fact that one of these is on, because if I don't do that, if I were to take this panel and then not lock this tile, like this is a solution too, right? So unless I start it like in some weird way, which I've had some panels like that in the past where I started in just a weird way so that you had to like fiddle with it until you solved it, but that's not a really great way to do it. So instead I just kind of locked a tile on, so I'd start it in a state that's forced to not be solved, and I make you do the kind of harder thing, which is not really that hard, but it simplifies things enough to where there's only one solution. And I just kind of do that for a while here, right? And it's like, oh, and then eventually I get to ones where there's not, you're not locked in, right? So that's fine. But it is a little confusing because nobody's ever seen like this thing before when they reach that point. I'll figure that out eventually, I'm sure, but I don't know exactly how yet. So that's me philosophizing. Anyway, so I believe what I'm gonna do. Let's see how long have I been streaming for? Okay, so I've been streaming for about an hour. I'm going to take a very brief break. Then I'm going to come back and I'm going to design some new puzzles for this area that I was just looking at. But they're going to be with different color dots, which if you've watched any of my other streams, then you might have seen that already. I've done a couple puzzles that way, but I want to try to build some more puzzles. Mostly because I feel like this area is fine until you get to, let's see, I'd say around here or so, where it starts to get a little fatiguing. And so it'd really be a lot better to have something different happen around this point. And I feel like that's the multicolored dots. So you kind of you could have a continuation of the single color things, but you could also have multicolored things kind of go off in their own direction. Anyway, so I'm going to take a break, and then I will come back and work on that. Okay. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is I need to figure out where those puzzles are off in La La Land. Okay, so those are some snake puzzles. I think those might be it. And then I'll just move them up near here so I can work with them. I don't necessarily need to be able to see the other puzzles that I have, but okay, so I have like one there. Okay. Oh, I see. I also have some of these guys here with this mechanic that the way that one works is essentially these guys just want to be on their own, right? So like they want to be by themselves, and the other ones, the dots obviously want to be with another dot. So I think this is actually two separate panels, and they somehow gotten abutted against each other. So this is really the only one that's remotely actually relevant to what I'm working on right now. But it doesn't matter too much because I'm just gonna try to work from first principles more or less the same way that I did with these, and kind of pretend that that's the primary mechanic of the area,
That way I can kind of see what are the puzzles with that and what's the overlap with the ones that are already there. Because if you have kind of overlap with stuff that's here, then you can say, okay, which of these is kind of the better version of that idea, right? Because I expect there will be some overlap. But I don't know. So, since here we started with kind of single line ones, it might be worthwhile to start with a single line one. Something like this, I guess. I don't really need 67 to be the one, but so at a base level, you've got like that, right? You can't group with that, but you can, like, this is fine. So, like, you can't group with a different color. Let's try 61, I guess. I don't know if yellow is a good color to work with. Maybe I should, like, do the yellow and, like, blue one together. Starting to get to really weird territory with, like, what colors are acceptable for the panel in this situation. And it feels like almost entirely you're going to need neutral colors. Or you're going to need, I guess in this case, you could probably get away with, like, an orange or something. But not blue and not yellow. Unless they're very faded. Kind of like the red. And we'll like low light with something like that, and highlight with let's see what we can highlight with that looks okay. The orange looks okay. Yeah, it's hard with these other colors to know what to use. I'll probably just need to change that yellow color to where it's not as bright yellow. Brightnesses of the colors are not particularly well set. We can't have it be too dark, because then it's like really dark and abruptly dark. I can't have it be too, so I just need to work on what the colors are going to be for this, basically. That seems fine though for now. We're just gonna do that anyway. Ugh. So a basic panel like that works, but I don't know if actually at the point that I'm at it would be particularly interesting. Like, it might be okay to lock like that tile and do it that way, so that you have to fill that in. Could just lock one. Such a subtle difference, though, with that highlight. I don't know whether I like that. Just make it slightly less subtle. Oh. Drunk Dane is hosting me. Thanks for the host. I don't know if he's hopped into the chat. Oh, haven't seen him in a while. I actually wanted to ask him what's going on with those Handmade Con videos. I should really ask. I should really ask Neil about that, probably. Okay, so let's see. What else can I do with this? If I had 6, I can do 63, 62, 63, 62, 62, 63. I can't have an even number there. I could do 63, 63, 62, 62, and 61, like that. It says he's auto-hosting me, though, so it must just be... He must have just stopped streaming and is now auto-hosted. So these are kind of the basic things of, like, you have to connect all of them. All the colors of the rainbow. It's very basic, but kind of interesting. I don't think there's any other way you can do that. Other than the inverse, I suppose. Like, that's doable. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Like, there was some question about when I was initially doing these about what's the better thing to do. Should you have to separate the colors? Like, you might have played some of those kind of games. I've got actually one on my phone. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I think it's called Knots. Yeah. Not fun, which is also interesting, but yeah, Knots. So this kind of thing, which I'm actually taking some ideas from this game. But so you have these kind of things where it's just like I kind of have to connect the dots and they're like separated, but there's like only so much you can do if you only have 2 ways to connect dots, like lit or unlit, and so you kind of end up. It ends up being much more constrained on the design side than it is on the player side, right? And really what I tend to be looking for is things that are constrained from a gameplay standpoint and not so much from a design standpoint. Because if I just have to think a lot about how I'm building the exact puzzle, then it just kind of becomes perfunctory to solve it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I forget how many colors I have. I have more colors than I'm probably ever going to need, but yeah, so these are like my first principles puzzles, where it's like, you have to connect all of them. Like, it's probably not necessary for me to do a puzzle like that, but it also gets the point across that it's like, you can connect all of these. Anyway, so that's just kind of working through things from a basic level. A slightly more interesting puzzle would be to do like this, for example, and then do like kind of alternate the colors. So that way you have to kind of think, okay, well, I can put 2 and 2 together and 2 and 2 separate, right? So that's like a slightly more interesting puzzle. Simple enough to solve on accident, but probably that's close to the simplest puzzle that I can do that expresses the idea, the basic idea. The colors, I probably don't want to use those colors, but I'm not going to worry too much about whether I'm being super colorblind friendly at this point. Because that's part of my concern is like, if I'm expecting you to separate colors, but the puzzle's not really about color, and it just matters that like this is color 1 and this is color 2, then like it would be safe to do some kind of symbology thing where I just put like dots on the dot, you know, or it's like this is a dot with like 1 dot here and this is a dot with like 2 dots and or something that indicates that. So then what would I do at this point? Well, really that could be another color, right? It doesn't have to be the same color, but if that's the case though, yeah, I still think because there's this in the middle it doesn't work, so I kind of need something else, like if I did this and then I did this, because then that's separate there, so we just need to separate that out. What if I do, is there some other thing I can do here? Like if I put 64 over here and then put the blue dot over there, which is 62. Okay, so it's still just that. It doesn't actually matter really. I feel like putting it there was better, because then you have this like 3 thing going on here. You're like, well, I know that needs to be separated, and so you kind of it feels like that's really easy, but there's something slightly interesting about it. So since we're in the early exploration phases, there's no real reason to dismiss it. Alright. See you, Vigarno. Hope sleep well. I'll be streaming for a while. Not sure exactly how long, but probably till I get too sleepy. Let's see. So, but anyway, thanks for joining, and have a good one. Let's see, what do I need here? I need... Let's see, let's go with less colors there. So I can do that, and that. And that solves that. Okay. That's not terrible. It's actually a little better than this one. It's like you have to think a little bit about like what you do, and there's no... Because it's always bad when you can just draw straight across, right? And then it solves it, and you're like, oh, it was something here. Oh, okay. Whereas if you can't do that, then it's like, okay, I guess I need to like think a little bit more. I don't want the obvious thing to solve the panel. So that wasn't terrible. Happy hawking! Thanks. That's a pretty basic pattern there. That actually did create an interesting puzzle just to kind of shuffle that. So I'm going to try just another thing with that. Because then that should be... Yeah. See, that's solvable that way. Which I think I already basically did that panel up here, didn't I? No, I didn't. That's also solvable. No, that's not solvable another way, I don't think. I think you have to solve it this way. You can't connect, like, 4 in the middle. You could if the things on the side were the same. So I'm going to save this. And then I'm going to do another one. It's kind of like... on the sides are the same. So if I make like that 64 and that 64, then it's like, okay, now I can do it that way, but or I can do it this way. Right? I can separate this. But I could also do it this way, but then that's just that, right? So it's the same thing if I do it this way or that way. Stats window. So those have the same solution even though they look kind of different, which is interesting. I think that one's actually pretty interesting too, just there. It's like, okay. Can I do this? Oh, okay, I guess I can do that. Might be better to use different colors, though. It doesn't really matter what the colors are, but the only one I don't like is that yellow. Don't like the yellow, it's too bright. I think I just set it to yellow here, didn't I? So let me make a custom yellow. So yellow's gonna be, what is yellow? Red and, oh, it's blue and green, I think. So we'll go 0, and we'll go with 200 and 240 or something. I'll have to like restart the thing probably. Well, it might rebuild if I edit it. Nah, color doesn't get reset unless I reset the game. Oh, all right. See you, Justin. Have a good one. Screenshots that have been saved. Let's see whether that's a better color. Whoa, that is cyan, not yellow. I guess, yeah, I guess it's red and red and green, I think. Remember what these colors are. Nope, that's magenta. only so many combinations. Just have to try to get. Okay, so that's a greenish yellow color. I actually can just shift the color in the scene, so I don't know why I don't do that. If I just go in here, I can change the color to whatever. I guess it could just be a wider yellow. I don't really want it to be anything other than that, so yeah, we'll just make it like a little bit wider so that it is brighter. So that's 255, 255, 98. Phew. Okay, so that'll be fine. I think the album's over. We should probably listen to something else at this point. Oh, no. It's actually a longer album than I thought it was. Yeah, that's kind of cool just how that works. It's like you can have one where... You could have one where there's a different color and a different color there. But the same structure. Just kind of a matter of doing a bunch of these puzzles and seeing which are the ones that... Come on, Unity. What is going on? Okay, for some reason Unity thought my shift key was held down. But yeah, if I did this with like 62 over here on the edges, then that's slightly interesting. It's different, at least. Yeah. It's like more obvious. Oh, okay. Well, you can solve it that way now. You just separated that. So the only way that that one works is if I lock both of those, because then you can't do that. It's like, oh yeah, I need to do that. I guess. Or if I lock them off, then that would work too. So you need to fill that in. Got that. Works that way. Okay, so that probably moves on. It should move on to some non-one-dimensional puzzles. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 one-dimensional puzzles, and I probably don't need that many one-dimensionals. But it was worth taking a look at. A 2x2, I can only really do 4 symbols, so I can't really do a proper puzzle there. 3x3, I think I can do more. So let's look at that and see what we can do with 3x3s. So, because that's solved no matter what. And if I do like 60 on here, then that's solved too. But if I do like now a 61, that's solved too, right? So I kind of have to do like this kind of thing so that like we separate out 2 of the reds. So that's mostly what that's going to be. Unless I do like this kind of thing. So that seems like that's probably what I want to do. Is more that kind of thing. There's just 2 colors for these ones. Best ones are probably blue and yellow to use for these. So those are like your best colorblind colors. So let's see what we can do with that. Because this guy, actually I can do, I guess, well, I'll just fiddle with them. But I do have a solver thing that will show me all the solutions here. So that's a solution, that's a solution. There's probably a lot of solutions. That's a solution. That's a solution. So there's not enough to do more than that, really. And of course I can lock tiles, but I'm just trying to see like what stuff can be done to begin with. So let's say we move some of these around a bit. Let's like move this one up here. Oops. Move that one up there. Okay, so that works. That works. So there's a lot of things here that can be done. So it feels like it might be more difficult the more we like separate the things or intermix the things. So if I do like 62 and then 61 there, then I do a 62 there, then I do a 61 there, then I do a 62 there. It feels like it would be more difficult to figure out. Oh, I've got too many. So we do 61 there. That's not so bad. I feel like probably the only solutions are going to be going around in some way like that, though. So yeah, so there's that. Middle one doesn't matter there. I can separate two blues there. That doesn't work because that separates these wrong. But if I went with more yellow, then that would work. So I'm gonna copy this, make that one. But if I made, like, for example, whichever one it is. Yeah, so if I go and I make like this yellow, so if there's 6 yellow and 2 blue, then I have to do something like that to solve it. As far as I can tell. Let me see how many there are. There's 8 solutions. Okay, so you can do that, 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 that. It's not a terrible puzzle, though. But there is only so many things it seems like I can actually do at this size. I do that. Can't do that. Not sure this is solvable. Oh, there's solutions. So I gotta find them. This seems a little bit tricky though. So we got that. That separates that. And I can do that, okay. That wasn't terrible. It was a little bit, actually a little bit tougher than that other one, but not bad. actually kind of cool. So it's just kind of working from first principles and seeing like what there is, you know, and maybe it's really interesting or maybe it isn't, but just seeing what there is without really a whole lot of prejudice. Okay, so basically I'm kind of stuck in this, just shuffling these guys around. I feel like no matter what, if I put the 2 over there, well, it doesn't really simplify things necessarily. So we still have the issue of how do we get the other ones in there properly? Like this one could be impossible. I like anytime I look at a simple thing like this and I'm like, is this even possible? Doesn't feel like it is. It feels like it's because of this guy down here. There really isn't. This has got to go this way or that way, alright? And if I go up here to connect that, then that won't work. And then if I go here and connect that, that won't work. So it's not solvable. Interesting. Just by shuffling it around, I made it unsolvable. So if I move that there, and then put that there. Does that then make it solvable? Nope, that's not solvable either. So I think it's the cluster of 4 yellows here that makes that particularly difficult. If I put a blank there and 62 here, then it's solvable. Only one way though, right? No, there's 2 ways. Well, yeah, the inverse. That's not terrible, so I'll go with that one for this particular iteration here. Pull one down. So it doesn't look like there's really anything that interesting with trying to do like 3 colors on this size of panel. It's mostly going to be 2 colors. I don't think that's possible either, because that's got a corner square as well. Okay, it's not possible. If I had more colors, it's possible. Now there's no corner square. There's an uneven number of yellow dots now, so that makes it impossible. I don't think that's possible. Oh no, it has to be. We just have to separate the 2 yellow dots somehow from each other. Now that's really hard. Nope, that's not possible. Weird. So weird. So weird what is and isn't possible sometimes. Like if I put this in the middle, then I should be able to go blue, red, yellow, and then lump that, and so that should be possible. There's actually quite a few solutions to that. But having the middle open just makes it break, which is weird. I'm gonna save this one though, because it's kind of interesting. I didn't think there would be any interesting ones with three colors of dot at this size, just because it seemed like it would be so constrained. But is that okay? That's over. So there's a new Mogwai album that just came out, I guess. I could play that. But maybe I want to play something else. Maybe I want to play something else. Nah, we'll listen to that. I haven't listened to it, so. That is Atomic. So let's try switching around these things some more. If I put 60 here and then 61 there, yeah, that'll work. So we just got to group two. Like in this situation, it's always going to be about just grouping the extra, right? Whatever the extra is. And if I make them be like this, then that's doable, right? So we can group those together. It may be the only other major thing, but we'll see. It's worth just exploring what's there. Okay. But yeah. I don't feel like there's anything else really. Like I can try putting 62 there and then putting 60 here. But I think I already tried that and there's no solutions. Oh, no, there are solutions. Yeah, okay, so there's a lot of solutions to that. Anything that groups two yellow together and also can combine with the other color. So that's fine. So the one that was impossible was that, where it had to connect across the diagonal with another color, basically. Which is what I have here, essentially. Not really, but something like that. So that's doable, at least, so I'm going to save that, but I'm going to try to do the one that I was thinking of for that. Which is going to be more like... I should tweet that I'm still streaming, probably. How long have I been streaming? Almost 2 hours. Oh, William's streaming. Okay. Oh, these hashtags. Okay. Yeah, so what I was thinking was more like basically this, and then this, and then this. Because then you like kind of have to connect that, right? That's pretty basic, but I see the issue is that you can't do that. So unless I set that up to where it's like, well, that needs to be on, but then you can do it that way too. Interesting. So I'd need to lock tiles for that to work the way I want it to. For you to have to do that, I'd have to say like, I'd have to be like, that's off and that's on. works. So I have to be like, that's off and that's on. That's so prescriptive, it's like really bad. See, this way, if I say that's off and that's off, I can't connect through there, I don't think. So yeah, it has to be like that. If I say that's off and that's off. Yeah, I think that's the only way. Okay, it is. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was thinking there. But that's with locking tiles. Lock them tiles. But yeah, that's with less dots and more lock tiles. I don't know if I did all of the things that you can do that way, though. I feel like there needs to be one here that then has like 61 this way or something. Okay, so that's doable too. That way. It's got that solution. It's got this solution. What are the other solutions? That way. You can either go that way or this way. That's not terrible. It's got a few solutions. It's kind of just going through and not super exciting, but seeing what's there. So no matter what, if I put this clustered like that, then we do that, I guess. Or that. Yeah. For the most part, these feel a little flat. So this one is doable. That way. This one is not doable that way. It is doable that way. And then that's not exactly this. It's like hold on. Feels strange because like I feel like I want to connect across that gap, but no, I probably shouldn't. I know this is possible because it was just solved a minute ago. I'm struggling to solve it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that one's pretty good. So there's a few good puzzles there. This one's solvable, right? Yeah, this has got a bunch of solutions. Yeah, that one's that. Okay, so I see. So I'm gonna take. Yeah, I'm not sure that I missed anything particularly egregiously here. Seems like most of what you would want to do with those. So that's a bunch of 2-color ones and then a few 3-color ones, I think. 60, 61, 62. Yeah, okay. There's a bunch of 2-color, a couple 3-color. So we'll try a 4x4 panel now. It's somewhat of a boring progression to go straight to 4x4, but it works. 4x4 should be where 3 colors starts to come together a little more. So in this case, not so much. But we've done a bunch with 1 color, so let's try some with just 2 colors at this size. Okay, so that's going to work like that, basically. If I do like this, then it can work that way. Work that way, theoretically. It's kind of an interesting way to do it, though. We'll save that because it's sort of vaguely interesting. It's not astounding, but it's you know, it is what it is. Man, I'm starting to get sleepy. I don't sleep enough. It's a major problem of mine. Oh, looks like I got 1 viewer. Thought maybe I had no viewers. It's okay. Ugh. Oh yeah. It's really warm in here too. That's a problem. Keeps getting warmer. Okay, so if I cluster these in the middle like this, then that means that one has to be like that. So that makes that pretty easy. So I'm starting to feel like this is a bit too few. If I look at the other 4x4s, I tended to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 dots. So it seems like 8 dots in 2 colors is pretty basic for these panels. So it's really more like I need to add like more like that. Let's see, so then that's like that, and then that. Still pretty basic. Let's see. If I add more, almost works, but there's not enough dots. So if I did like another set of dots there, well, there's not enough yellow then. It would have to be like this. Kind of a reverse figuring out though. So that can also be done that way. So that's more like a pretty simple thing. I think that's still doable that way, and still doable that way. It's kind of interesting. If I took it this way, it's probably still doable that way too. Like if I go... Yeah, it's still doable that way. So that's almost kind of an interesting thing just in and of itself. So I wonder like how many solutions there are. Okay, so there's like 14 solutions to that. It's kind of interesting. It's a lot of solutions. Yeah, looks like one other person's showed up. I wonder... Let me look at the solutions. Yeah, so there's basically like two main solution possibilities. It looks like if I was locking tiles. So if I lock that and that, what does that reduce it to? 5 solutions. There's still those though. If I just do that, that reduces it to 2. If I did that, is that 2 as well? No, that's 4. Those are pretty much all the same. That one's not though. I want to eliminate the box one, so. So I kind of just need that if I'm going to do one that's got some locked tiles to force a solution. Okay, so I got the unlocked one too. It starts to get really warm in here in the middle of the day. So let's try one with less dots than that, because it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy town. But it does start to break up into somewhat regular patterns. Feels like, anyway. this kind of thing. Oops, I'm editing this one. So if we do that, then this won't work. I think this will. So that still works. There's still like 18 different solutions. Jeez. Can do that. And I should be able to do something similar. Two blue, two blue, two yellow, two yellow, two blue, two blue, two yellow. Yeah, so that's one. Otherwise, you can just do it vertically, right? Which is pretty easy for that one. There might be some way to shuffle it up more than that, but I'm gonna go with that. Then I'm gonna make another one, and I'm gonna lock a tile on it or two to try to force some of the solutions and see which ones seem interesting to me. So let's look at the other solutions to that panel. So there's that, which is very simple actually. Perhaps the most simple. There's that, which is kind of a mirror of the one that we just did. That's a simple one again. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that one was doable. So it seems like if I locked these, it would reduce the solution state pretty dramatically. Still quite a few solutions though. So I want to see, because I feel like if it's doable this way, it feels like I should be able to shuffle it further. But I'm not sure how. It feels almost like it's just going to naturally align one way or the other. I want to have like 3 of one color, 3 of another color. It's probably this middle that needs to get shuffled. Like this needs to be 62 and 61, like that. Nope, that still works that way. It's more like 62, so then it's not doable that way or that way. Okay, so yeah, it is possible to slightly more shuffle it. So for a full panel, seems like that's about as shuffled as I can get it, because it's not, there's no, you can't do it that way or that way. You You can't do it that way or that way. And so that's good. So the question is, how can you do it? Can you do it this way? No, because then those don't have enough. Now the question is, can it be solved at all? Because it's possible that it can't be solved now. I actually don't know. So if I do like this, got that. We need to separate yellows. Actually, it's not solvable. Ugh. Okay. So I added this extra shuffling, and then that makes it just unsolvable. It's like too constrained now. Interesting. So it's like one was doable horizontally, or not, like one direction was pretty easy, but the other way not. And then when I shuffled the middle, it's impossible. And if I get rid of one of those, still impossible. That's very interesting to me. Like I just lost 2 dots. Okay, well there's an uneven number of dots because I deleted the wrong dots. So I'd have to delete, yeah, I have to delete 4 dots, of course. So there's a lot of solutions that way. Now if I go 61, 62. Still impossible, interestingly enough, just doing that. So what's the impossible part? I don't know, it's hard for me to like wrap my brain around that, around what's actually impossible about it. Oh. An uneven number of yellows is the problem again. If I did this, it's probably possible. Nope. Interesting. Do I have an uneven number of blues? Somehow I like end up with these uneven numbers, and it's hard to tell. I got an even number at least. Why is that not solved? I don't understand why that isn't solved. Let's see, there's 1, 2 yellows, 1, 2 blues, 1, 2 blues, 1, 2 blues, 1, 2. Oh, there's too many blues in this set, of course. I'm an idiot. It's not solved because I'm a dummy. So if I do that and let's see. Just blues, yellow. There's one too many blues in each of these little corners, so kind of need to pull this back. Looks like it needs to separate through the middle more. Okay. Maybe I don't want to go through the middle.
Blue. Blue. So if I do that, it doesn't work. Gases.
There we go. Jeez. That took a while to solve. I don't know why. Feels like it shouldn't have, but it just was a lot to think about. It says there's 54 solutions, though. Some of these are kind of elegant. That one's pretty cool. Just think about the center being clustered that much. But that wasn't a bad panel, even though it has that many solutions, which is interesting. Even though it's obviously got a lot of solutions, they're all pretty difficult to do. But I've also just like started designing these, so it's like not like my brain is totally wrapped around it. Gosh, it is warming up in here. I need to cool it off in here. I'm gonna take a really brief break, and then I'll be back. Okay. Phew. Sorry. I was trying to cool it off by opening the doors, but that didn't really work. So just had to turn the air on. And hello, Mr. Fourth Dimension. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. And as far as my plans, the show's not over. I just need to cool it off in here because I'm starting to like overheat. But yeah, opening the doors didn't really work because it was about as hot outside as it is in here, so it's just warming it up in here. Oh, I need to turn off the heat. Separate systems, so I don't want, like, if I turn the air on and I turn the heat on, once the air conditioner gets it cold enough in here, then the heat's gonna kick on to try to heat it back up, so that would just be a bad scene. Okay. So I'm trying to come up with more puzzlies. More puzzies. Puzzies. Yummy, yummy puzzies. Let's see. These ones are actually a little bit tough to come up with. Short of like just locking them down, kind of like I did with the other ones, which I may do, but I feel like I'd like to not do that. Yeah. My brain's overheated. Obviously I can do more colors, which adds an additional constraint. I've just mostly been doing the 2 color ones here at this size just to see what it does. You know, because if I do more colors than that, then that means like I'm constrained by that those have to be connected in some way. You mean the 4-coder build? Yeah, I've kind of been taking it easy since I shipped a build of this to testers as well, so I've integrated some of their feedback. One of those things was just like making the walking speed faster, which, believe it or not, it actually used to be slower than this. And making the run speed way faster, which I think you can understand why it might not have been this fast, but anyway. But as far as how the game goes, it's going alright. I'm just trying to come up with some new puzzles for this area. Yeah. So some of these are pretty difficult, even though they're open-ended, so that's good. Because the colors themselves constrain it a lot. Like it can have 18 solutions and still be pretty tricky. Let's see, if I do that, then that's separated. Huh. Yeah. But that's also doable this way. It's really that's doable any way that I put these dots. More solutions if I do it that way though, which is kind of not surprising, I guess. If I'm not allowed to like not connect through there or something. It's gonna be more. Okay. Why were you worried it was gonna be a train wreck? Oh gosh. It's not good to be that worried, but okay. So that's removing that. Okay, and combining it with other things. Oh, it's inverse. I see. Now that one's very different. Thing I don't have for this kind of thing that would help, actually, if I when I'm looking through the auto solve solutions, like sometimes I might want to know, okay, what is is there any difference between this panel and every other panel, right? Like if the solution is more unique, then it should mean that there's less overlap, right? Like if there's a difference between this particular solution and every single other one, like one tile difference, then that makes it pretty easy for me to force the solution just by locking. It seems to me like even if I lock like these two, like that cuts down the solutions, but there's still quite a few that you can do. Like even if I lock this one, there's still like 3 solutions that are that. I don't like to lock that many, but yeah, it's like you can kind of do stuff to where you end up with, like you've gradually locked it in to where there's just the one solution. But the more tiles you lock, like the less really interesting things can happen. So there's 2 there with just 2 tiles locked. Like if I just lock that on and that off, then that produces something. I know that's got to be connected there somehow. Looks like that needs to be like that or something. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Things always come together really slowly for me. Like that was kind of something I was joking about the other day. Was let's see. Was sort of like here's a screenshot from the game a year ago. And let's see. think due to my naming, they're not quite actually right, but we'll see. And see if I can find what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's close enough. So then you kind of say like, okay, here's a screenshot of the game a year ago. Here's a screenshot. I don't know. Here's a screenshot of the game a year ago. Here's a screenshot of the game today. It's like, yeah, it's not changed a lot. Obviously, from like a visual perspective, it seems pretty similar. So, yeah, so it's like slow going on this game, but you know, there's stuff. Spoilers, anyway. Shouldn't look through these. But yeah, things happen kind of slowly. This seems really hard to solve. Like, I feel like I don't want to force too many things on these panels because then they become excruciatingly difficult because you're not allowed. Like, the likelihood that the first thing that you pick is right is pretty low. Like, there's 1, 2 solutions here, yeah. So it's like you pretty much have to make the decision that that's going to connect that way. And that this is not going to be part of it. It's not terrible for it to be hard like that, but considering it's really hard for me to think about the 3 colors there, that's like one of those things where, well, you do like one puzzle like that, but it's really hard to me to decide what of those would be good. Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about spoiling the game, you know, I mean, it's gonna be a while before the game's done, so... And the things that I... Like, if there's something I'm really worried about spoiling, then I wouldn't stream it. So... but, you know, I can't help if something accidentally comes up. I think this music's over. Let's see. Actually, I'm just gonna off-screen that. Let's listen to... I try not to listen to music with lyrics too much, just because it's kind of... If I'm talking, then that's bad. What am I thinking of? I listen to this a lot, but what can I say? I like it. I think it's... a little quiet compared to what we were listening to, certainly. Yeah, we won't worry about it too much. Okay, so tried to do some 2-color ones there, and it really gets hard when you start to add in a 3rd color there. Especially with that many dots. Okay, so let's clear that out. Let's see. So if I do like... If I do one that's like 2 red dots, 4 red dots, 4 yellow dots, and 4 blue dots. Let's see. Now we just do that. See, that's like pretty straightforward, right? So somebody's got to have too many dots before it starts to get interesting. You know, we start to have like a lot of dots, but even then, that's like still pretty easy. Like what only gets difficult is really when it's like seems like it's impossible. To separate that, I have to do that. Well, maybe I do this. Maybe it is impossible. See what the solver says. Nope, there's solutions. There's solutions. So that just chunked out a bunch of it, so. Yeah. That's doable. Yeah, I don't know. Like, some of these are not as compelling as I had hoped. Which is okay. I already have a decent number of puzzles anyway, but... not enough yellows. There are not enough yellows. Not enough reds. It's also the problem when you got like 3 colors. It's really easy to have like an uneven number of one of them when you're moving stuff around. That's why it would be nice to have an editor of some kind where I could just go in and just be like, okay, well, I've got this one, I want to move it here, right? Like being able to just click and drag one of these guys to a different one might not be terrible. How many solutions are there? 12 solutions to that. Huh. Okay. That one I think is the neatest one. If I like lock that. How many solutions? 3. And I'm getting sleepy. I gotta figure out my, like, sleeping situation. Okay, so that's the alternate. Just to connect that. No, that doesn't work, though. Yeah, and I can also include the blue, I see. Yeah, it's really hard to tell, like, with these, what's quote-unquote good or not. There's not a lot that's, like, cognitively making sense to me enough to really be surprised. Okay, real struggle. Like, the multiple colors start to get weird because, like, there's no way I can, like, separate it into, like, a group here, and then, like, a group here, and then, like, I'm limited in how I can separate the groups, so. So it starts to feel a little flat. Yeah, really the only other thing I can think of is, like, I have for some reason it pooped. It pooped the bed when I did that. I think I hit the. I put too many things. Too many things, and so this panel exploded. Anyway, it's fine. It's just because I don't have a proper bounds check on it, really, to make sure that it's not overboard. So that's what I was thinking. So I have, like, an interesting thing, which is this. Which is maybe not that interesting, but... Oh, and sorry, I guess this is a little bit of spoilers, but... which is the idea, more or less, that... the dot can connect to something that's the same color, right? So, like, that's the same color as it, so it can connect to it. Vice versa, if I did this one and had this, then that would work. Oh, it's not working because I'm standing on it. Or maybe I don't have that one set up. I probably don't, since I haven't started designing these yet. thus far I don't have any, like, color grouping thing. Like, I haven't tried that. That would be, like, your Witness-style puzzles, where it's, like, as long as you separate everything, then it's fine type puzzles. Where you just kind of do like that. Mostly because it just seemed like it would be really easy to solve almost all puzzles. You know, you'd have ones that were really easy to solve, and then you'd have ones that were like really just impossible to solve, right? Like that would be impossible to solve that way, I think. Oh, thanks, William, for the host. If you don't know William Cheer, he is a pretty awesome dude, and he is totally worth checking out if you're not already following him. Of course, I'm sure most of you are now, because I didn't have, I don't think I had 28 viewers. I had maybe like a couple. Anyway, so I need to fix that, because that's actually not working the way it's supposed to. I bet, like, if I do it this way, it would. Oh, no. No, it wouldn't, because that one won't be happy. Let's see. So I need to go fix to where those will work, too, because they're not working right now. Oh, that's in, is solved, I believe. Yeah. So, okay, here's our dots. Yeah, see, I just have hacked in if it's 67. Oh, okay. That's how bad I actually have it. Like, it actually would work with the opposite color, even though it totally shouldn't. Like, if I went in here and changed this to, this one. Oh, no, it won't work. Interesting. I wonder why not. Okay, because I checked that it was more than 0. So I basically just need to add another case. I think it's 68, right? Or is it 66? Okay, 66. Yeah, the hair's getting long. I want to be a mad scientist. And this is basically the same thing. I don't really need the note, but it's there just in case I ever forgot. So this one needs to be greater than -6. And less than 0. Okay. So then that should work. Yeah, okay. So yeah. Anyway. I don't think it'll work otherwise. I guess I should double check that. Yeah, it won't. Do I just have my project folder in Dropbox? Yes. Yeah, it's just in Dropbox, so it gets automatically mirrored to the cloud. The cloud! Okay, so anyway, so to my new viewers, if there are some, I guess I should check. Obviously, William's here. Yeah, I still got some people in here. Okay, so I should let me turn down the music a little bit, 'cause it is pretty loud. Okay, so I should explain a little bit what this game is that I am making. Mirrored, yeah, it's mirrored to the cloud, man. You know, that creative cloud.
I gotta shout it aloud. Anyway. So, I'm working on this game called Taiji. This is sort of just a puzzle game where you walk around and you solve puzzles. The puzzles are in the form of these kind of panels. So for these starting ones, the solution is basically just you have to turn all the tiles on. You can toggle tiles on or off by clicking on them. And so you just have to set those up right. There's also these other kinds of panels here that are sort of on the floor and you walk around on, and you have to step on the tiles in a certain order, and you can't step on tiles that you've already, like, if you kind of have to do it in the right order, right? So for like this one, it's kind of like if I'm not thinking about it too much, then I can end up stuck to where I need to like start over. So they're just kind of little snake puzzles, and those are the two main like interaction methods in the game. And so there's different kind of mechanics that you encounter, and one of them is in this area, which is these dots. And this is a little bit like the a little bit of spoilers, I guess, on how the mechanics work, but since it's what I'm working on, I figure I might as well explain it. Which essentially, if there's a tile that's got a dot on it, it wants to be connected to another dot, but it doesn't want to be connected to more than one other dot. So in this case, you have to like separate those, right? Anyway. So I'm working on some more advanced ones of those, which have, if I can find them again, have different colors. And the way the different colors work is essentially one color needs to be connected to one dot of the other color, but it doesn't care about dots of different colors. So in the case of like this panel, like all of that can be connected and it's solved. But if you have something like this, then it's like, well, I need to separate this into two, right? And then I need to separate that into two, and then these can mix, and that's fine. As far as version control, I actually don't use version control. I just make periodic backups. I'm the only person working on the project, so for the most part, it's not been an issue. I usually know if I'm fixing to do something that's really going to be crazy, and I'll just make a backup before then of the whole project. That way, if I want to roll back, then I can just like roll back to that backup that I made. It doesn't give me like individual file diffing and things like that or whatever, but it's pretty low mental overhead, and it does 99% of what I need it to do. So yeah, we'll all be in the cloud eventually. They're gonna upload us all, and we're all gonna be mirrored there, just in case we die, so they can re-download us into our Android bodies, and that's basically how it's gonna go. So anyway, so I was trying to design ones with these different color dots. This is not going as swimmingly as I hoped, because it starts to get a little bit difficult to solve. Even like it's kind of okay, but you have puzzles that have like a lot of solutions, but they're also really hard to solve. And there's like not a big like, oh, like aha moment when you solve them. It sort of feels like a bit random, I guess. It's just like, oh, I solved it. So I wasn't super happy with how that's going. But I have one other idea, which is that I have, well, you've seen earlier those dots. So I had like these where it meant that it needed to be on. Anyway, so this is more spoilers. You're gonna get spoiled on the game if you watch me work on it, but it's okay. So I have another area that's like multiple dots, like you can get 4 up to 6 dots on a tile, and whereas like 1 means that this tile should be lit up, like 6 means that you should have 6 lit up. It doesn't really matter the shape, it's just the area. So you have 6 in an area.
And another idea I have is that for these, oops, 66, 67, okay. So for the dots, I can actually have the dots connect with something that's the same color, and not just it being another dot. So like, because this is black, it can connect with that and be happy. Because otherwise, like, if I didn't have this, there's like no way to solve this because there's no other dot to connect to, unless I had like a dot like this, you know. So that means you can have a panel that's like got 3 dots and then like a 6 here, and so it's like, well, I could do like that, you know, and it works. So so that might be worth exploring, since it seemed like it started to get really messy when I started to add more than 2 colors to the panels. Like, it started to get really rough. And since I primarily have 2 colors other places, like with these, it's like, you know, there's a white one and there's a black one. It kind of makes sense to maybe do it that way. So that's what I was thinking. Now this have to be off. So this has got to be that way, and then really doesn't matter other than that. You just have to kind of fill that in. But yeah, so that's kind of interesting. At least in a trying to be a little bit surprising way. Interesting thing is it can be done that way, which means that you could do like that. I actually don't know if there's any other way to do that. I guess you could do it this way. Yeah, because these don't care about whether it's lit or unlit. So that's kind of interesting. But you can do it that way too. Because that would have to be like doing like that, I suppose. Then you do that, and you do that. Anyway, that's kind of cool. Now, that's not really working from first principles with that puzzle. That's just like picking some random stuff, which sometimes can be good, because, like, when I say work from first principles, I mean like start with a very simple panel, like I did over here, where this is like a super simple panel that's just like one dimension, and like try to figure out what are the interesting things there, and then go from, basically build from there. I don't know why this one reverted to being blue. That's really strange. Huh. That's really strange. Why did that happen? Background's supposed to like, okay, weird. I don't know. It's probably just because I there's some weird save bugs when I change aspects of the panels, so it doesn't always like exactly reset things. But yeah, like having black and white dots is okay, except that there's always a possibility that with the white dots, that's like that. See, then you have the issue that I run into with white on white on these guys too. Now, since the rule about these says that they don't care about whether or not they're connected to something that's a different color, like they don't count that as a thing to be connected to, that's technically valid. But it's definitely a little bit difficult to figure out what to do with the panel if it's going to act that way. this one. But yeah, I don't know why it's coming in a weird color like that. So in this case, like, they can't be that way because this counts. So it's got to be like that kind of thing of some kind. Or you got to connect through the middle, I guess. Which I don't know if it's possible. So that's just combining mechanics to try to make something more interesting. Yeah. That's a tough decision to make, because if I have the white ones and I let you do this kind of thing, then like I can just kind of do it this way or something to where it's like not white when it's solved, but and then just have a different color panel, I suppose. I suppose that's not the end of the world to do that. Yeah, I guess that's doable on a different color. Anyway, how is everybody doing out there? That's kind of cool. Was that the only solution on that? No. Not at all. Is it the only solution? In fact, there's 201 solutions. Which is funny, because I wouldn't have thought there'd be that many. Like, that doesn't work. So they gotta be connected, so I guess it's all just this kind of solutions. So it'd really have to be... If I do that, then that counts too, so... And as does really anything that leaves those in there. If I put more in the center, then that counts and that counts. Really anything that leaves those not part of it counts. But you could probably also do something like this now too. Huh. Actually not doable that way, which is a little weird. It's doable that way though. Huh. Could just not use white dots. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Is if I'm gonna do black and white, and like if I'm gonna do this, and then I need kind of to have I need to fix that to where it won't try to spawn one if I do 68. Like, that's the problem, is 68, will spawn one. When it rebuilds the panel, it'll try to make a symbol for it, and then it's like, I don't know what that is. Yeah, because I have it right here, less than 70, so it needs to be less than 68, really. So that way, if I hit 68, it won't do anything. Instead of giving me a out of range exception. Okay, so that's fine. I don't know if those are still going to be parented. Oops. It looks like most of them still are. The annoying thing is it doesn't like delete them because they're not really considered like part of the thing anymore because it just stores a list. I can really just delete the tiles and then it should rebuild them when I do this. So yeah, so that's fine. Still paused. Maybe that's why I wasn't rebuilding it properly. Anyway, but yeah, if I'm gonna do like white and black, which was kind of the idea, but it's really hard to design some of these puzzles. So yeah, so then that should be black. So that's 6, and then that's... Oops, I'm doing it wrong. No wonder. Problem is, like, that's got too many, so I need to, like, get rid of this one. It looks like it should work, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually not sure why it's not solved. It's probably something dumb that I'm doing. Anyway, I suppose I should have said hello to Mad Triangle and hello to Mokusumo. I don't remember whether you tested Mokusumo in this past round of testing. Why is this wrong? This doesn't look. This looks weird. Like this looks like this should be right, but it's not right for some reason, which is weirding me out. Oh, because I've got a 68 there. Okay, so 68 is getting processed as part of these things, but not getting drawn is the problem. So this should be more than 60 and less than 68. That's the problem. It's a ghost icon. It was not getting drawn, so it's like having 2 of these guys or something. So there weren't enough. So yeah, so that's That's solvable that way. So that's kind of cool. I actually kind of like that. Yeah. That's all right. I mean, I wasn't trying to like make you feel bad for not being in the round of testing, or maybe you didn't want to be, or whatever. That's fine. So I don't know actually like what the best way of even introducing this type of idea would be. I feel like it's going to be further in the area than some of the other stuff, so I feel kind of like you can get away with just doing a panel that's like pretty obviously impossible, except that you have to do it that way, right? So if I can just do one that's basically like 67, 67, and 67, 4. Like, that's pretty obvious. Like, it's like, oh, I guess I have to like connect that, right? It's probably better to have it be something like that, or 6, so that you're like, okay, I can put 6, and I don't really see how that's supposed to work. There's 2. So then you're like, Like, it seems like that's pretty deductible without having had any priming on the thing. Oh, okay. Well, there's other stuff you hadn't seen in the game, so. But, it's up to you, you know. I definitely got a lot of notes. A lot of notes from the playtest, so it's like, it's not like I'm lacking of things to think about, but I mean, obviously I can put anybody's name down that wants to be put down, but the list is like, I think there's about 8 people on the list right now. I'm actually not sure when I'm gonna do another kind of, I guess you call focus test type play test again. I'm probably gonna move to just doing like full game play testing, unless I come up with some areas that really need just a lot of people to look at it. Yeah. I don't remember whether I saved this panel or not, so. But yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can think of with regards to doing these kind of things is it feels like it's a puzzle that you shouldn't be able to solve unless you've already done some of the dice face ones. Like, if you already know what this is, like, I feel like if you don't know what this is, then it should be pretty hard to solve. Or I actually don't know that this is that hard to solve. I forget that you can do that. Like, you actually don't. Or if instead I made it like this, and then like this. Which can be actually solved a few ways. Can't do it that way, but yeah, do it that way or that way. All right, I'll put you on the list. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people on the list. We'll see how many people I need. Okay. It has been slow going for me on designing these. It's still quite hot in this house. That doesn't help. Plus, there's just like a whole lot of possibilities for these kind of panels. Yeah. Yeah, of course, Sergio. But as I said, I don't exactly know. I don't exactly know when I'm going to do another round of that kind of playtesting, so. Oh, come on, Twitter. There we go. Tweeter. Trying to. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Google Docs. Okay. That's fine. Yay! People on a list. Like I said, I don't know when I'll do testing again. It may or may not happen. I mean, obviously I'm going to test more stuff, but like for this test, I kind of built a special version of the world that I can just show you, basically. So I built a special version of the world that I took this area out of, and I also took this area out of. There's also this area here that I'm still working on. So it was just like a custom version of the world, and I don't necessarily want to be building those all the time, because as the game develops, I kind of will need to start settling into like what's the actual structure of the game going to be like a bit more, and kind of leave things in there. I mean, I can take things out and put things back, but I kind of want to do that for no reason. Anyway, I feel like I'm gonna need more coffee for my brain to work. Or maybe to eat. It might be a good thing to eat. Okay. So let's look at another panel. I do not like this green color, but particularly I don't like the highlight color. Like, it looks really weird. It should be like that. Should be neon, since the other one's neon, basically. Alright. But yeah. I feel like naturally I want to combine the white and the black ones. Like, if I don't, then it's weird. Let's see if this is possible even. So I can do that or combine that. That would probably make it much easier. See, like, one of the interesting things here is actually that I can combine a black dot and this. I just can't combine a white dot and like 2 of these symbols. So if I do like -6 on that, and then I have a white dot here, and then I had like this here, let's take these out. Then like this is doable, I think. Except for the size of it, it's doable. So like that's totally doable, and so that's kind of interesting. How many solutions are there? 44. Are they all variations on this? Yeah. That's the thing I forget, is like I can just do this too. Like, who cares? But the other interesting thing here is if I do like this, then I have to do that. Because this can combine with that. So that actually gives me 2 things on one, right? Where it's like, this has to combine with that. This has to combine with that. And this doesn't matter. So there's literally, that's the only solution. So that's actually pretty cool. I like that one. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty cool. So that was kind of my hope when I was doing the colored ones, is that I would find more stuff that I'm like, I would find more stuff that's, excuse me. I would find more things that felt fundamental and surprising in the way stuff did with the other dots. But for the most part doing these, it was kind of like, it feels mostly like a straightforward continuation of the stuff that you've done before, except that it starts to get really complex. And that's okay. It doesn't mean that I should throw it out. It just means that maybe there shouldn't be this many puzzles like that. Maybe there should only be like 4 or 5 puzzles that are like that. You know, maybe I have like 2 or 3 that are like this, and then I have like 2 or 3 that are like this size or something, and then we like move on to like this kind of thing or something. Anyway, I am going to take a brief break, and I'm going to eat some pizza, and I will come back.
Alright. I'm back. I don't know if the music is audible at all. This music's kind of low. What was I thinking? Okay, hopefully I saved this panel. If I haven't, then I'm going to right now. This is pretty good. I was actually thinking about a simpler panel, like a smaller panel. Like if I'm going to have an introductory panel, it really should be something that takes like, that's like this or something, where there needs to be like 4 dots. I'm not sure, but it needs to be like 4 dots and then like this kind of thing, right? Well, that doesn't work, but you know what I mean. Like something where the dots get combined with the stuff in some way. That won't work, of course, but at least I don't think that's solvable. No, it's not solvable. Where's that? Is totally solvable. But something where I can't just... Yeah, where I can't just combine the dots. Like, I need to actually know, well, that's 2, and that's 2. And so I need to, like, combine somehow, right? So basically something like that was what I was thinking. Which that probably has a few solutions. Yeah, it's got like 4. But they all involve combining 2. So even though there's like 4 dots, and you think, well, I just gotta separate the dots, but then you'd be like, well, I don't know what these mean. So I think that might be a better intro puzzle, because
You need to know what those mean. You need to know that means I need to have 2 on, and that means I need to have 2 on, and you also need to know what these mean, which means that that won't work, and that won't work. So you have to, by nature of that, realize that you can combine that and that it will work. And you have to be thinking, like, what does that mean, right? You'd be like, okay, I don't know. So then you'd have to like have another puzzle after that kind of cements the idea. I'm not surprised that this is actually more interesting than the having a bunch of multicolored dots situation was getting. Like having like 10 colored dots was not that good. You think people just look at it and be like, that doesn't make sense because these aren't combined? Versus if they see a panel that has not enough dots, you feel like it's better? You're probably right. You're probably right. It's good to have something where there's just not enough dots. I don't think that's solvable, though. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is kind of interesting because it lets you have the odd number of dots. Now, there's another thing, though, that I haven't tried, which is having split color dots, which would also let you have odd numbers of dots. Because if you have a dot that's like, you know, say I have black and white, and then I have black and white dot here that's like split down the middle, black and white, then that can like connect to that theoretically, or connect to that. Question is whether it can connect or whether it can connect both. I feel like the rule generally says that it should connect or. If it's like black and white, it should be able to connect or, but I don't know. It maybe doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but as I was talking about earlier, played this game because it managed to mysteriously look like the kind of connecting dot thing going on, and it has these multicolor dots. Kind of hard to see, but the way it did it was like you can connect black to one side and you can connect this to the other side, right? Which is probably fine, right? Yeah, that's fine, actually, now that I think about it. Of course it makes sense. Because if you have, yeah, of course it makes sense to connect it. Like if I have black and white there and a white here, then I can connect all those. So of course it makes sense if this is black and white that I can connect through it, right? Yeah. So it's basically just there's 2 dots on the same panel, right? Or same tile, right? So that's something I wanted to try as well as these. It's just about like doing all the things and curating them. But yeah, right. If I have an odd number of dots, like if I have a panel that's like this, then it's pretty obvious. I guess I have to connect that with that, right? But it just feels like it's so easy to just randomly solve it. Even if you don't know the actual mechanic.
That's almost like a wall panel puzzle. I don't know if it'll rebuild and hide the panel background, but yeah, that's almost like a wall panel puzzle where you have to do it that way and then go through type thing. If it's both, it could just be two. Hold on. If it's both, it could just be two adjacent dots locked. Yeah, except no, because the structure of it is different, right? Like the structure of having, like if you have two adjacent dots, then like one's got to be here and one's got to be here or something, rather than being on like one tile. It just feels like the way that the rule's been established, unless you mean by just about how the colors combine, like can I do this, or do they have to be separated, like okay, I guess it does rebuild the background. Oh no, it doesn't. Strange. It won't like re-enable the background if I do that. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right. Just seems interesting though, because it's like then you have an uneven number, right? But it's true that you get an uneven number doing this kind of thing too. Like if this is a multicolor dot that can connect to white and black, to me that's a little different than this, right? I mean, it's mostly the same, you're right, but like it's more prescriptive in some ways, because you can't just do whatever to connect them. You have to connect through the other tile, so it's like more constrained, which is maybe fine. So maybe it doesn't really make things better, but it's just that thinking about having odd numbers. You can also do like dots that have like 3 colors or 4 colors on them. So then like that dot would have to be connected to 4 other dots. I mean, I can agree with you that it's more interesting to do it that way, but I don't think it makes sense with the fact that this works, right? So if you think about if it had white and black on the same tile, the way that this works is the black one only cares about the black, it doesn't care about the white. And the white one only cares about the white, it doesn't care about the black. So it can't be or there, because it wouldn't make sense with the way that the dots behave on their own. You know, if it had to be separated like this, where white has to be separate from black with these, then yeah, that would work. Which I could do that way, I just didn't. Like I tried it and it seemed like it was going to produce, I don't know.
I can try it again, but it seemed like it was mostly going to produce puzzles that were kind of a pain to design, but not that hard to solve. Like, they would mostly just be, like, really prescriptive. Like, oh, well, I know white's got to go with white, and I know black's got to go with black, so there's the solution, you know? Yeah, the white-black dot cares about both white and black, which means it has to connect to both, right? Based on the rules, right? It's not... Like, it's not like a black and white dot that's, like, fading between black and white or something, where it's like... I could go with either, whichever you want. It's not like a rainbow colored dot or something that can connect to anything and just counts as a single dot. It's a dot that has two colors in it, right? So, yeah, but if it's black and white, it just doesn't make sense, because, like, I'm saying here that, like, this mechanic works because this counts as a dot, right? But you can't connect to, well, I mean, you can't because it's too far away, but you couldn't connect to this one because now there's three black things, right? Like, that's the logic by which I'm saying that. Like this one's an example where this theoretically should work, right? Because, well, this is got with a black thing or whatever, but yeah, it's like too many things. Okay. I don't have a split dot, but it makes sense. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay. So let's get our dots. It's probably not the right size, but say this is a dot, right? So that's a black dot. This is a white dot. And then right here we're going to have a black and white dot, right? That looks like this. Something like that, right? Looks roughly like this kind of thing. Right? Maybe we'll make it look like the yin-yang or something, right? Whatever. So it's two colors, right? So the rules that we've seen at this point say that for this black dot, it needs to be connected to one other black thing, right? This white dot needs to be connected to one other white thing. When you look at this, it doesn't really make sense to say it can only be connected to one white thing or one black thing, because we allow that you can connect this, and it doesn't matter. Like, this doesn't care about this dot, right? Like, a dot can always connect to two other dots if they're different colors. Like here, I can connect because it's a different color dot. No, because we're seeing here that this dot is connecting to three other dots, right? Like, it doesn't care, right? I don't know if you can tell if that solves, because I changed the solved color because I have white, but if I go back to like this, right? I've got 4 dots here, and I got 4 dots here, right? So I can connect like that through there, and there's 4 dots connected together. Yes, each dot can connect to one other dot that shares its color. Or multiple dots if there's multiple colors involved, right?
So I think that it makes sense that this can be connected through there. I don't think it makes so much sense that it can be that, unless suddenly this becomes white when you connect to it, right? Which is a different thing. Like I'm saying, you could have a wildcard dot or something that becomes whatever you connect it to, but I think the argument that you're making about what it should be is really down to opinion. It could be that way, but then you're also going to have people who are going to say, why can't it connect to 2 because it's got 2 colors on it? Like, it doesn't make sense that it should only be able to connect to 1. Because it's not like we've said before that you can't connect to an additional dot, because that's wrong. Like, the color of the dot matters. So the fact that this dot's got 2 colors on it matters, you know. Now, if you're really a stickler about it, then sure, you can try to make it to where there's 2 dots there, if that's the thing. But I don't, strictly speaking, think that that's necessary. I think that's a thing that you teach the player one time, and then they get that it works that way. And I don't really think it's a big deal. But, you know, if I have one that's 2 dots like that, right, then it makes sense it should connect to both, right? Like, if you have 2 dots like that, then that connects through there, right? Connecting to one other is probably a better mechanic. I don't know that it adds that much interest. It's kind of interesting, but yes. It kind of makes things easier. But I also don't know, because, like, you know, like with this kind of panel or something, if I'm saying, like, if, like, say for instance I said that you can't mix the yellow and the blue, then you've got, like, okay, you're a lot more limited in terms of the possibilities. It's not necessarily bad, but it's not necessarily good either. Yeah, so I don't know. It's an interesting thing to think about. And I'm not married to doing it this way. It's just the way I've been testing it, right? I've not played Cosmic Express. I actually don't have much time to play anything. I played a little bit of that line drawing game just because it seemed somewhat related to what I was looking at here. But let's theorize if you can only connect, like, if you have to separate, right, then it's like this is wrong because you need to separate, right? Right now it's right either way, right? Like, they're together or they're separate, it's right. I can say you have to separate them. I'm just thinking about the wild card thing, because, I mean, you weren't here when I was going through and testing these, and I didn't really like these that much. So I don't know that adding more complexity to it actually would be good, because even just this was complex enough that it started to get a little bit too, I'm just poking around until I get the right thing. It's not bad, but it's like, it's not a thing that's very deep or surprising. It's just kind of hard, and I don't particularly like those kinds of puzzles. I don't like puzzles that are just, it's really complicated and so it's really hard. I tend to prefer puzzles that require me to think about something in a different way than I'd thought about it before. So I don't think it's out of the question to do a wild card color thing. I'm not really sure what the visual for that is, other than just a dot that just changes color, I guess, but which would require some programming infrastructure, but yeah. Right, let me put on some different music. Let's put on this one that I'm necessarily wanted to listen to the same stuff that I'm usually listening to, but yeah, I guess you're right. I'm just trying to. Well, we'll try it and see what it looks like. The visual thing is not what I'm going to do because that'll take a little bit longer. The much easier thing to do would be like, let's see, we go through here and then we check this, or we check to see if it's equal to a special value, which is our wildcard value, basically. Which in this case I'm going to say is 70. I actually already have 70 as a symbol though, but like right now 70 is a symbol that's a minus that wants to be by itself. Like it can't be connected to anything else. I mean, it's always like, it's always hard to come up with a good look for anything, but I don't think it's a big deal. I think just having it change colors is probably fine. But yeah, I already have like 70 is this symbol right now, which is a symbol that, I guess those are wall panels, but it's a symbol that wants to be by itself. So for this one, like, that's the solution, right? So these can only be in an area by themselves. I can't do it this way, for instance. Oh, I guess I can. I guess it doesn't work right now, but whatever. It's probably because I'm not testing for 70 anymore. Okay, I'm not, so. So, I'm trying to think. Yeah, the visual's not too hard, I guess, in the sense that I can have it sort of rainbow, and then like when you connect it with one, it would just snap to whatever that color was. And then if you connect it to another one, then it would go back to being rainbow or something like that. But I don't know. Something like that. The visual is not as difficult. Yeah, this is a little bit tricky. So I'm trying to think if I even need to check 70 by itself. Like if I need to check the wild card by itself, or if I just need to check other things in relation to the wild card. I guess I do, because the wildcard needs to be connected to something. This is a little tricky. Yeah, you're right. This is a little tricky. I'm just trying to think. Because okay, let's look at a panel and pretend that one of them's wild until I program it in. So if we look at this guy here, clear it out, say we've got, in a very basic example, let's say that, I guess I could use gray right now, because I'm not really probably going to use gray for anything else, and just say that gray's the wild one. Let's say that gray's the wild one, right? That means like gray can connect with that, or connect with that, right? But it can only connect with one thing. It can't connect with two. Well, I guess it could, if it's like red and that, or are you saying that it can't? It seems really hard for me to say that it can't connect with multiple things if it's wild. Because again, how the color works, right? Like if it's a different color, but that's really hard to think about how that makes sense under my, like you're already going under that idea, like if it was a split dot, then it can't connect with multiple things, whereas I'm going under the idea if it's a split dot, it should be able to connect with multiple things because it's multiple colors. No, it's just how I think of it, and I don't think that you're wrong, I just don't think that you're more right than I am. And so that puts it in the same situation as like the black and white dice faces of like, should this be lit up or should this be low lit? It's like, it's not really wrong to say one or the other, it's just a matter of opinion about which it is. And I don't mind, I just worry about adding too many of those kind of weird incongruities to the game. And whether or not it's gonna hold up well. It's like, it is one thing if it snaps in some way and it's still visible that it's wild, but it's clear that it's turned to that color. Like the only thing I can think of that makes sense is like you have an outline of a dot and you connect it, and then the outline fills in with the color you connected it to, and then if you connect to another one, it becomes unoutlined. Yeah, but rainbow is not its color, right? So then it's hard to like make a visual, right? Unless the visual is that it changes color when you connect it to something. Like then it's like, well, it's a rainbow dot. So I don't know, what color is it? I guess if it's one color at a time, but it's changing, but then like you said, you could forget that it's wild. Yeah. Anyway, That's not particularly interesting because like that connects with that obviously because there's only one blue dot. Like it really only works if you do like more than one, because then you can connect that way and that way, or that way and that way. It's really hard for me to see how I'm going to be able to design much with this. And I don't just mean that it's impossible, I just mean it's impossible for me to do it, because it's already hard enough for me to even do any of these other multicolored ones, and this is just like adding another layer on top. So connect that, I guess the wild ones here are gonna connect with the blue, so I need to do like that. Can't connect that red and that red, so that's a little bit weird. I actually think that I've got too many dots here. Maybe not. No, I've got too many, or not enough blue, I guess, for how many there are there. So that would theoretically work, right? Yeah, so I'll make it to where, let's see. We'll go with 65. It doesn't connect to 65. So we do like we gotta do this, else if solution, wait, so test solution value, if test solution value is 65, then anything is fine basically if it's got a dot of some kind. Yeah. Alright, I'm trying to think of how to do this, because it's really difficult. Because I feel like, I guess a wildcard dot should be able to connect with another wildcard dot as well. So we're checking to see if it's the same thing, then we skip over it, and then we want to check to see if basically if test solution value is equal to 65, we're going to add a note here on this. We'll add it here. Oops. Note. So special wildcard dot. So if it's wildcard dot, then we just basically, I guess the general thing would be, if this is not 0, then it counts. I can't really check the dot. I can't really add it to a list though, because it could be anything. So then we want to go here, see if it's if it is our test value, or if it's 65. If it's 65, then we add it. Let's see, 67 is also okay with These? I guess I can add this below that. It's actually fine. So if it's itself, then that will work. And if it's anything else, then that'll work for the wild card. Okay, so that should theoretically work for the wild cards. Okay, so that works. So wild cards work now. They're not visually depicted very well, of course, but they do work. As far as I know, though, you can't just like willy-nilly connect them. But you can connect them to each other. But in that case, it won't always be a good thing. So yeah, so wild cards will connect. Yeah, so that will satisfy all other dots, right? Is the kind of the bonus thing. It's kind of like these. Like you can connect to a black thing because this was black, right? And this can connect to a white thing because it was white. So yeah, so it really does just need to be a dot that's just kind of like cycling through colors in a rainbow. Rainbow dot. Problem is I have black and white dots, so it's like gotta oscillate like intensities as well. Or something. I actually don't know whether or not the if there's even a prefab for these. I don't think there is. I guess there is. I guess they've got a script. So they got a script that lets me change the sprite index. Seems really bad for that to be a mono behavior for performance reasons, but so let's see. Seems like the best way to change the color would be to have the main panel itself change the color of all those dots, rather than having an update loop. But I could have an update loop where they just get set to be like color cycling. Okay. I'm not really sure how to do that, though. Actually, not sure where my dots even are. Or just an assets. Because right now, I basically just have a white dot and then I color it in code, right? So the only thing I can think of to do otherwise is to just do an outline dot like that kind of thing. But then the problem is that the outline has a color, right? And since I'm saying that the color of things matters, I just don't have a lot of pixels to work with is the problem, you know? That's sort of a pinwheel dot. It's just really ugly. It's pretty ugly looking, I gotta be honest. Let me try something else. Let me try going a few less colors. And we'll just go like... like that or something. And then let's try like doing... let's try doing that, and then we will trying to remember how this works. I was thinking like that, I guess. It's really strange there. Let me bring up the preview window. That's not terrible, but it is kind of weird looking. It's just really hard to recognize it as a dot, you know? Really, this is kind of the best looking thing that I can see for this, but it still feels like that should only connect with red, green, and blue. And unless I make it like really rainbowy, then it doesn't feel like that. But this is pretty ugly looking, I think. It's not hideously bad, but it's kind of gross. Which could just be my inability to render the color properly, but tell. We're getting bogged down in art here, folks. It's never a good place to be. Never a good scene, never a good scene. Well, the only thing that makes sense to me is to do it this kind of style. Anything else seems really weird. Just give it a little bit of shading like that. It's really weird and it's gonna look so bad. I art thou all bogged. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make it look like, but what? Why is the color not working? Did I change the layer type to something weird? Oh, I did. Okay. I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like I'm getting bogged down in stuff that doesn't matter. I also didn't really want to pursue that kind of thing right now anyway. I wanted to work on these. Oh gosh, I've been streaming for a while. So we get like brain dead. It's been about 4.5 hours. I'm gonna take a break, I think. Probably just like 5 minutes, but we'll see. See if I need longer than that, because my brain is like not functioning anymore. So, I will be back. Okay, alright, so I feel like debating about whether or not two color dots should connect to one color or the other, or connect to both, is way too much beside the point, really. And has thrown me way off of being productive. I think the wild card dot thing is an interesting idea. I don't know that I have the mental capacity to execute on that idea right now, as I was having a hard enough time with these, and it's more complex than that. But let me turn the music down. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm actually audible. But yeah, like this kind of thing seems a little more interesting to me. The combination of the two mechanics in an interesting way. Because I can certainly have, even with these, I can have things that are I can have things that are colored dots, right? But it's just hard to design these panels. These are not easy. Not easy to design by any stretch of the imagination. I also don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to stream today, just because, like I said, my brain energy is not there anymore. It never really was today, actually, but that happens a lot, so. Let's see, okay. So we're going to try to make another panel with some blacks and some whites. So if I just have like this, and then like this, then that should be pretty easy, I would think. Yeah, because you're just basically separating it. So you're separating, but you don't have to combine it. It doesn't matter whether these are lit or not, basically. Just can't be combined more than two. Yeah, it's still kind of hard to come up with puzzles. Just for this mechanic in general, it's hard to know if a puzzle's good. Like this one to me was good just because it had. I was like, oh, there's like one realization, which is like the remembering that black and white, it doesn't care, right? And white doesn't care about that either, even though like you kind of are like, oh yeah, it cares about these things, and so I need to watch out for that. It's like, well, it doesn't actually, so. Which is sort of like having a puzzle that's like dots, and then also like these guys or whatever, right? So it's like, well, it doesn't really care. You just have to kind of combine it, right? If I do like that, then it's like, well, you just kind of have to combine things, right? Can't do it that way, actually, so it's got to be this way. So you can start out like puzzles like that with something like this, where it's like, oh yeah, well they have to overlap, right? I assume that only has that one solution. Nope, actually there's a bunch. Weird. Anyway, not a big deal. It's just like a basic puzzle that's like, you kind of need to know what you're doing. And then you can solve it, right? So you can't just solve it like that. I guess you can solve it like that pretty easily, but yeah. I guess it would be a lot more straightforward if I used 5s instead. There'd probably only be one solution. Nope, there's even more. There's even more. What the heck? Okay, whatever. Let's go with the less. See, like my basic ability to intuit something like that, would there be more solutions or less, is like not happening. It's just like, this is a slow Matthew stream as I design a bunch of puzzles that I don't know how to solve. It's okay. I mean, I've done it before. Like, I've gone back through some puzzles sometimes and just been like, what was I even thinking with this? Man. I think that's the same as this, though, isn't it? Yeah. So those don't matter, right? Those don't affect anything. Here, they really don't affect anything. Well, I guess they do, because those need to go together, right? So you have to do something like that. I think I already did one like that earlier. I did, but it's not here anymore. I deleted it. I deleted it in my rage. Stuff like that. That works. So unless I do like this, basically, and put -2s in the middle, I guess. Then I can probably put 6 on the outside, but I don't know. Let's see. So it has to be done that way. Yeah. Not brilliant, but something. I still have people even watching. Oh, got a few. Few people have suffered through my mini breaks and my slow, foggy brain. For which I apologize. Alright, so let's try a bigger panel. So why not? Bigger, weirder, vaguely stranger. These panels are hard to design, man. There's a lot of possibilities on how to do these. So you just kind of have to roll with it. Yeah, we're gonna have to build a bigger panel. It's the only way. So, yes. So that won't work unless I just do this. So then it just becomes kind of one of those other kind of panels, only with the added constraint of that. So there's something that could be done there if you're making a sequence of puzzles that involves tricking you into thinking you need to combine, right? Like after you do a few and you're like, okay, I need to combine these. Like you do something like that, and then it's like, oh no, you just have to combine those and leave those separate. That's kind of interesting, I think. I'm just not sure exactly how to do it. How to do the thing. It's like, no, you don't have to actually combine it with the other symbols. Because this is that in a way where it's like, oh, it can be like, of course we can mix those. I forgot. Like we can't mix these, but I can mix those. Like they don't care. That would be kind of the same thing here. Just not sure how to design that. So maybe we don't need a bigger panel. It's also hard to do the big panels because, like, I can't actually tell. That won't work because there's too many. So, but if it was like that. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But yeah, I can't, like my solution finder will not find all the solutions for a panel this big because it would take too long. It's not fast enough. I don't have any kind of like heuristic way to figure out what the solutions are, so it just takes a long time. So I kind of want to try to build something that is that idea that I was thinking. I don't actually think it needs to be a bigger panel. I think it can be a small panel. Probably even like this size or something, 3x4 could probably do it. Probably accommodate a panel that's simply confusing based on the fact that you don't have to combine the dots. It was like, 66 there and 66 there and like a negative 3, or say like negative 4 maybe, and then we have like 66 here and then like 66 there or something. Nah, that won't work because it needs to be like that will solve, right? But it needs to be something where you might think, oh, I've got like a symbol to go with this one and a symbol to go with that one or something, right? But it has to not work that way. think that'll work. I don't think there's any way to connect those. Oops, I'm doing it backwards. Like, that works, obviously, but... so let me do that with 4 and 3 and 67. Just, that way. Just so I can think about it this way. So yeah, I don't think there's any way to do this way. So like the trick there, I think, would be that, basically. Which may or may not catch a player off guard, but just the thought that they'd be like, okay, 1, 2, 3. Well, I can't connect 1, 2, 3, but maybe with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. That doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's too many. It's too many. And so then you're like, okay, well, maybe I won't connect there. Maybe I'll connect. Oh. Yeah. Small enough that you could accidentally solve it, though, which is kind of always an issue, but yeah, that's kind of the idea I was thinking of there. There's a possibility to have that kind of epiphany there and be like, oh wait, it's not the most, maybe not the most distilled version of that kind of panel, but I'll perhaps try to do it with a 4x4 in seat. If I put a 4 there and then a 67, oops, 67 here, then you might think, oh, I guess I gotta connect that. I probably gotta connect that. Alright, that doesn't work. Put a 67 in the corner. What if I put a 4? Okay, so those do connect. So it really needs to be less than that. Oops, other way around. So, but that you can connect that way. What if I do 6? Can I do like... Okay, so I can't connect even if it's 6. But if it's that, then that'll work. So that's maybe actually a better version of that. If I add another dot, then that's fine. But, yeah. So I think that works. I think that it seems like there's no alternate solutions to that one, besides that. And... I will probably do some with that wild card idea. I'm really thinking that the best way to do a visual for it is really just going to be to do an outlined dot, you know, and then just have the dot fill in with a color. So fill in with green when you connect it, or something like that. So you know it's wild card because it's got a dot, or it's got an outline around it. and then when it's not filled in, it would just be, you know, just an empty dot, basically. Just the color of the panel. Just an outline. It can either be like this, or it can be however. That seems reasonable to me, to take it and fill it in with the color. If it's red or whatever, fill in when you connect. I guess I really would probably want an outline like this, though, now that I think about it. It should be outlined around here, not the other way around. So it would be like outlined like that, so it'd just be an empty outline of a circle. And then it'll fill in with whatever dot you connect it to. And if you connect it with 2 dots, then it will not be filled in. It will empty again. Seems to make sense. So since I think that's what it will be, I'm just going to save this as panel tile requirement 2 symbol wildcard. We need a huge panel, a huge panel. This panel's huge. It's the biggest panel. It's the best panel. Everyone loves this panel. Anyway. Yeah. See, like, that's pretty easy, because it's just like, it's obvious that you don't combine them. I like this song. That's probably the really cute way to do this. Is do this kind of thing. So you're like, hold on a second, and you're like, oh wait, now I can just do this. Because these don't care about area. I think that's better. Yeah, that might be better than, might actually be better than this one. I don't know why I'm doing that. It is a problem with the dice faces. I really just don't know what to do about it. I guess I can put them all on panels that look like this, though. Same as like this, so they still look okay, but it's just weird. It's a weird phenomenon. Too many dots. Yeah, I can't combine more dots. It's not like, hold on. Does anyone remember the treehouse puzzles in The Witness? Because I seem to remember, I seemed to remember them as being basically the same as this, but I'm starting to think that they're not. It's been a while since I looked at them. So I'm seeming to remember that it may just be that they need to be grouped into even numbers of groups. So rather than being connected to like 2, it's got to be even, right? Oh, we haven't done it. I think, but I'm not sure. I really don't remember. I really don't remember whether it's groups of 2 or whether it's even numbers. Because I'm just wondering, because I'm looking at this kind of thing, and it's like, well, that makes it even, right? I don't think for these it really could ever be that, because for so many of these puzzles, if you didn't have to worry about separating things, like, well, for example, all of these could just be made into one group because they're all even numbers, right? The only time that wouldn't be the case, like this would be solved because they're in an even number of things. But anyway, just thinking, just thinking. So that doesn't work because that needs to be black. Now that I think about it. So I was actually thinking about this a little bit differently than it is. Really what I was thinking about was I was thinking about like this and this. Because I'm trying to think about ways in which I can force you to combine not the like colored things. I'm sure there's a bunch of solutions for that. It says it was aborted the check early though, which is weird. It's possible it doesn't reset that flag properly though. I don't think it did abort the check early, so I think it's just not resetting the flag. So actually need to do for, let's see, find all solutions. Versatile. Okay, I see.
it's supposed to set did early out here. It may be state that's in the UI. I'm not entirely sure that the UI is stateless there. It should be the puzzle panel editor. Here we go. It's hopefully stateless. Okay, it is stateless, so theoretically it should have early outed if it says that it early outed. Anyway, so I don't know if there's another solution here. So you could do that. Huh. Yeah, so that works. I don't think there's any other solutions there. So if I do that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess I can do that. So why doesn't that work? There's too many black dots. Too many black things. So that pretty much always leaves me in this situation as far as I can tell. As far as I can tell. It's not a terrible, terrible panel, but it's kind of bleh. How long have I been streaming? Oh, 5 hours. Dang. Kind of hard for me to see. 5 hours. That's a while. Never streamed that long. Feel like my brain is gone. So I need a different panel. Understand me? But yeah, that was. Hold on. Oh, okay. These are 2 different panels here. So this is the one that I wanted for that one. I'm not sure what happened there. I thought I made another panel, but it seems like I didn't. Let's try something else. The 6s are just really easy because it's like, it's a lot of tiles that you gotta fill in. Oops, that was supposed to be -6. So that works. That doesn't work because there's too many dots. Whereas that would work. Oh no, that's not right because that's got to be off. 1,
13 solutions. That's a lot of solutions. What are they? There's a lot of variations on that. We'll keep that one, even though I don't love it. Even though it feels like I haven't done much, I guess I have spat out a bunch of panels. 43 panels, most of which are bad, but that's okay. That's how it goes. We just kind of go through and we chase out different ideas and see what sticks, more or less. See what's actually good. See what I want to keep. So, anyway, Smoke is Mo still in the chat? Is he still hanging out? He seemed like he was getting aggravated at my insolence. I can't. I don't know. I don't know how to tell who's online. He's aggravated at my insolence. How dare you? I'm sure there's some way to look. You're here, kind of. Yeah. Oh yeah, he ran off. He didn't say anything. Sure, he got on his nerves. Oh no, I mean not you, Sergio. I know you're not aggravated. There's Mokasmo, who was talking to me about the wild card dots and arguing with me about whether or not a two-colored dot should connect to anything or what. Oh, this was supposed to be that wild card panel. It's gone now. Forgot to save it. Because wild cards work now. They're just gray. What would this be as a wild card panel? I guess it pretty much work like that. I guess if you have all wild cards, it pretty much works like you just had all the same color. But you can also do that, right? Anyway, I had a actual proper wild card puzzle there, but it's okay. I don't know if I should design wildcard puzzles. My brain is not really ready for it. I'm trying to decide if my brain is ready for anything, or whether it needs a nap. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break, like a long break. So I'm just gonna stop the stream here, and then I'll probably come back later and stream some more, but it just depends on whether or not I feel like I'm gonna be in some kind of more peak productivity shape. So anyway, thanks everyone who's still hanging out for coming by the stream and checking it out. Obviously, you should follow the channel if you're not already. That way you know if there's another stream. And you should go to the website for Taiji, and you can sign up to a mailing list here, which will let you know when the game's out. Or you can just follow the blog. Check it periodically. I think I have I need to set this up on the main page too. Oh, excuse me, that's my email. You don't need to see that. Don't worry, it's my shitty email that I get all kinds of garbage spam at anyway. Stupid autocomplete. Anyway, I think you can get it here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so you can hit this. This would email you whenever I post. If you're really crazy and you want to know about everything, then you can do that. But obviously follow me on Twitter. You probably already are. I think the few people in chat already are. And thanks for watching. And for the time being, the plan is to do this every Sunday. So I should be on next Sunday, even if I'm not on later today. So see you all around, and thank you. Good night.